Let's do some research. Alright. Let's see what we can do out of that. What I want is to get on Roach. There we go.
Got a foolproof method for exercising witches.
You'll choke to death on 3 pounds of steam.
Stay out of my way.
Stay out of my way.
Hey, anyone in there?
Yep, there's blood right there.
Blood. This does not look good. Blood. Someone knocked their head on this beam. Open cut. Bare feet. Fresh prints.
Let's see where we're going with that. Should be easy enough.
Long live Radovid! Whoa, right.
Oh, come on. There you go.
Looks like Hugo ran into trouble. Gotta find him fast. Shit.
Hank! Where are the lads? We've got a job. It's time Hugohoff took a long walk of short pier on the Pontor. Prove it's done. Bring back his ears. Well, P.S. Seems Ewald interested in Huff too, so watch your horse. Ah, there he is.
Hugo sleeping with a fish. No two ways about it. Gotta find Eveline.
Alright, let's get to it.
You'll choke to death on 3 pounds of steam.
Redania.
Why are you there, Roach? That Roach is weird sometimes. Okay, somehow I hadn't taken that one yet. Eh. I guess that's what happens when you have a habit of teleporting.
We'd have done better to burn the blasted barn to the ground.
What'll happen if they burst out?
What's all this?
Not your concern, that's what.
Not an expert or anything, but you two look like you could use some help.
Aye, it's true, we could.
I'm curious about this.
Barn's full up with some manner of beast. Bar them inside, but that won't hold long. And we'll be in a world of woe once they're loose.
We're not rich, but cut the filth down, and we will pay you.
Fine, I'll try to help you.
We'll let you in
I
the barn,
might as well.
and open the doors once it's over. Quick, Master Witcher, or they'll get out!
That shouldn't be too hard. Clearly it was just something
done.
not marked on my map,
Open the door.
because otherwise it would have been done.
Corpses. That's what drew the ghouls.
Feels like I forgot to heal up. There you go.
Use that barn as a cemetery.
No. Why'd you ask?
Found human remains inside. Several sets. They're what drew the necrophages.
They was bandits. When it was just coin they took. We lived and let live, so to speak. But when they dragged Hetty to the barn, we wouldn't take no more. Grabbed our pitchforks and... well, you've seen how it ended.
Next time you kill someone, bury the bodies. Deep. Need to take care of these, too, or they'll attract more corpse eaters.
We'll do it. Thank you, Master Witcher.
Job's done.
True enough. Here's your pay.
Farewell.
Ooh.
It was easy enough. Alright, let's get back on track.
The minute we're in trouble, you make me responsible for getting us out. As in Maribor. Remember Maribor?
Dove, please don't change the subject.
If I do.
That depends. Who might you be?
Geralt of Rivia. Witcher. You Eveline Gallo? The Ermine?
Only to friends.
Calm down, Merrin. No need to puff up. And you. Talk. What do you want?
Rather talk eye to eye.
Eveline conceals nothing from me, and...
And you were to help set up the benches. Immediately.
but...
He's getting thrown under the bus. Like, oh, this is something we're not supposed to be talking
Very well. Once again.
with
what do you
other
want?
people.
Got a job
Sure.
for you.
Truly? Of what nature?
Anonymous performance. No audience. At a certain auction house. Pays as much as you can carry.
You've none of a Fink's features. But you see, I've a problem.
All right, out with it. What's this problem?
See, we were to do a show. The tickets have all sold. Alas, our friend and colleague, Hawkeye Van, well, he's gone blind. Drank some hooch from a questionable source. A sad story, but not the point.
Damn it. Stupid people.
Crowd awaits. So either we find a
Don't
replacement
drink
for him,
yourself until you're
or we shall have to return the coin.
blind.
All good and fine. Have we not spent it already?
I think I know where this is going.
And I shall get straight to the point. Stand in for Van, and I shall help you.
What do I have to do? Jump through some flaming hoops?
No. Shoot your crossbow, hit a target.
Eh. Easy enough.
Not a bad shot with my crossbow. Why not? I'm in.
Splendid. So, shall we begin? Folk have grown nervous.
What? Mean now? No rehearsals?
What's there to rehearse? You're to shoot and hit a target.
All right. Do or die. Let's begin.
That I like. A man who bold...
Damn it, it's been forever since I
And
used the
now,
crossbow.
good folk, the highlight of our program. Wow, crime!
What? But I...
Shh, Geralt, grab your crossbow and get to work.
He's got so many scars.
What's the hold up? Shoot!
We end with an audacious feat by Geralt of Rivia. We thank you for attending and hope to see you soon.
That would have been brilliant.
You know, I doubted I'd emerge from that ordeal in one piece. Fine work, Geralt.
Yeah, I didn't know if I
Well,
could do it,
one
but
performance down.
that's fine.
What of the next?
Herbalist has a hut near here. Ring a bell? Go see him and ask for some yarrow extract.
Ooh, a mystery. I adore mysteries. Too late to Witcher.
She's kind of cute for an elf. Actually, she's just kind of cute because I dig elves. Eh, biases.
The storm, damn it.
Okay, so I can get Casimir. Or I can get Quinto. Yep, I'm gonna go for Quinto.
Go, go. The minimap looks broken. Ah, that seems slightly better. Show me what you got. Move it.
Should be easy enough. There he is.
Looking for a rise.
You, Quinto?
The one and only. A pleasure.
Whoa, I'll have no pleasure here. Which
What did he do to step on you?
Ours, not ours. But he stuck sticks up a number of bankers' asses. With a tidy price.
And as Master Hands of Sidaris is an enterprising individual, he decided to...
Anyone give you leave to talk? Shut your trap.
Eh.
I need Quinto. Alive.
And I need Coy. Lucky thing I don't much care who
Just as I said, an enterprise...
And just as I said, clamp it shut. Where was I? Right.
Hands, to claim that reward, you've got to deliver Quinto to the right.
Time's a consideration.
Shut it.
Bankers are far away, whereas I'm here, saving you a lot of trouble.
But
Don't know. Don't know.
Ho ho ho! An agreement's in sight.
All right.
I
willing to
changed
take
2
that.
A
cents.
consensus was in sight from the start.
Slow down.
Call it.
Nothing quite like the weight of a purse full of... What?
Fishbone. Did it yesterday. I was waiting for a lull to slip out. Witcher showed up before I could. Let that be my recommendation. Now, do tell.
Need you to open something for me.
Sounds interesting. Dying to hear that.
Herbalist's hut near Oxenford. Knock on the door.
Alright, that's 2 out of 3. Guess I might as well do this one. Prepare a cleansing mixture that will weaken the written shoulder. Alchemy. Easy enough. Ah, right there. One roach.
Come on.
Let's find a cook.
Faster. That's it, Roach.
Stay out of my way.
What do you have to say?
Lance Corporal Václav. How'd that prick wind up with us?
Volunteered. Word is he had to bribe the medics to let him enlist.
He mad or what?
That's just it. Certifiably insane. Didn't pass the tests apparently.
But to pay hard coin to enter the army? Thought at my age nothing could surprise me.
Yeah, that's kind of
Nothing about
crazy.
the cook.
Oh. Those are inside, aren't they?
What do you have to say?
That horse Sylvie, you got a daughter?
Why do you ask?
Well, think on it. To marry into a dynasty like that, it'd be like living in clover.
Trust me, you do better not to take any interest in the Basodis.
Why the hell not?
It can only bring trouble, mate. Only trouble.
That's still
Nothing
not
interesting.
helping.
What do you have to say?
Fish chowder for supper today.
That true? Who told you?
No one. Came through the western gate the morning.
cook lad that's the right treasure he is. No griping about poor supplies. Just the gumption to enrich our gruel.
Aye. If only you'd go a bit lighter on the garlic.
Garlic is
Here near the
life.
western gate. Should be easy enough to find.
Alright, I guess we're heading to the garrison.
Crawl back under your rock.
Oh, there's a barber right here.
Honor in the fatherland.
Yeah.
Greetings. Got a razor and shears?
No. Alright. That's better.
So long.
Previous quest forced me to change my hair and beard. So I wasn't too happy about that. But I figured it'd be next to a barber at some point without having to do the trip just for that. I was basically sitting on top of him.
Good day. Fish biting?
Aye, they're biting.
What about you?
What's that?
Got this mixture. Pay you to pour it in the soup for the boys at the garrison on my signal. Nothing dangerous about it. Most they'll think is that the fish wasn't exactly fresh.
It'll cost you, mate. Something dear.
Why would I lose my
Asking a
money on
lot.
that?
Too much. How about you do this free of charge, huh? Out of the kindness of your heart.
Aye, I'll help. Out of kindness.
Wait for the signal, and mum's the word. Understood?
Alright. That's pretty much done. Just have to head back. Shouldn't be too hard. There we go. Right back down.
And Countess Yvonne of Lanexeter's necklace. Your handiwork, wasn't it?
It was. I scaled a gutter, entered her bedchamber.
I knew it. I knew it.
Ah, at last, we're all here. Time to begin. This heist is no jest. So if any of you has any doubts, isn't sure, now's the time to leave. Won't be able to after. The Borsodi's auction house, its vault. That's our target. Eveline, you'll enter through the tower when the patrol rounds this corner. Drop us a line. We have to be inside within 5 minutes, is that enough?
It's plenty.
Splendid. Once we're all in the tower, we'll proceed to the auction house. Shouldn't see any guards inside. If we do, we'll have Geralt and his blades. Then, downstairs to the vault. Quinto will crack the lock. We get in the vault, take the loot, disappear out the back through a secret passage. I've said my piece. Any questions?
All good and fine, except what if something goes wrong? Seriously.
You're on your own. We all are.
Just like that?
No room for friendship in this business.
That's fair.
Additional security measures. Traps. Any inside? Anything we need to watch out for?
Nothing particularly dangerous. Here on the ground floor, there's a rope linked to the bell in the tower. Anyone sounds the alarm, there'll be trouble.
How do we stop it from ringing?
Don't pull the rope. As I said, the auction house ought to be empty. I don't expect any problems.
What about the vault?
Alright.
How is it secured?
That's interesting to know.
But you ought to be able to handle it. Any other problems we resolve as they come. Anything else?
Got a horse sense take on this. Secret passage. If we plan to use it on the way out, why not on the way in?
Excellent question. Why not?
Every corridor has 2 ends, right? Like a rope. I know the location of just one end. It's in the vault. The other, it's somewhere beneath the city. But I can't tell you where.
That's fair.
Great.
But if you were to...
find that location, I wouldn't need any of you. Believe you me, I've tried. Time and again. Anything else?
Alright, let's get to work.
We'll reconvene in the gateway beside the tower. Midnight sharp. And
what about wearing masks? Not a city in the north that don't have wanted posters with mine.
I'll tend to that. Ah, one last thing. Inform the City Watch. Blabber anything about this over an ale, and I'll kill you. With me.
That's fine. I mean, I'm pretty certain that job, you're used to that.
If you're so damn scared somebody'll talk, let's all go there together. Now.
Any objections? Anyone need more time? On our way, then. Let's begin. Prime. Just one patrol. Mixture of yours must have worked. Eveline, you ready?
Are you kidding? Of course I am.
Three, 2, 1. It's clear. On your way.
Yep, she's clearly used to this.
Ploughing city foul, shite all over again.
What? Also.
Patrol's turning round.
She's bright.
We've 1 minute. Move.
Somehow they forced me into a thief's clothes.
If memory serves, you assured us there be no one inside.
Seems my informer was wrong.
Is that all you've got to say? I nearly broke my neck.
You knew what you were signing up for. This is no time to argue.
I'd agree.
Not the time, true. But we'll discuss this later. You can be sure of that.
At your service, mate. One guard could mean many more. You'd best draw your sword now.
No.
What now?
No one dies. Said so from the start.
Yep. Training swords. That's fine with me. It's better than a fist fight.
Whatever. Don your masks and let's go.
Those masks are kinda cool. Let's see if there's anything interesting, because we ain't coming back here.
Letters must be old. String seems to say so too.
A love letter. Annotation. Item acquired with the rest of Von E estate. Put up for auction, starting price 1 crown, no bids. My love, don't give up. There's still a week till you're to wed the O'Ferry. I'll think of something. Perhaps I'll get the coin by then. Perhaps my tears will convince your father. Perhaps the gods will hear our prayers. Or if not they, perhaps some devil will. If nothing else helps, I'll crash into the temple through the window and swoop you up from the altar. We'll flee somewhere far, far away to the edge of the world where no one will find us. You write of sadness, I feel its weight too. I think of you constantly, of how we sat at the alchemy till dawn nursing a bottle of wine, and you traced our dream house in the sawdust on the floor. Of how we dangled our feet in the water from the dock, and you sang those bawdy songs and made me laugh and laugh. I kissed the medallion carrying your portrait before I fall asleep, and as soon as awake. I swear on all that is holy, we shall be together forever. Be brave. I love you. Your O.
It was true love. Clear for now.
So there's
Knock on
supposed to be...
Eyes in the back of your heads, everyone.
Mine are open. I've already seen several things I'd gladly take with me.
Not now.
a rope.
That's our target. Is that clear?
On the main floor. That we should be fine. As long as we don't touch.
Yes, but we shall raise the starting What's this? Guards! Guards!
Should have stayed in that cage.
You said...
I damn well know what I said. At them before they sound the alarm. Smells of gooseberries!
They have way too much armor. Oh, come on, we said no kills.
Stop him! He's not to flee!
Damn it. Of course it couldn't go well. And of course this person would be an asshole.
Lock themselves in.
Bollocks!
Damn it.
Lay down your arms! You have no chance!
Perhaps not. But we do have hostages.
Mercy, Master! On the count of 3, we go in! 1, 2...
Come one step closer and folk will die!
Hold now! We must negotiate. What are your demands? To release the hostages?
Buy us a bit of time, Geralt.
We have one demand. Pull back from the auction house.
You know I cannot do that!
You can, just not sure you want to. How about I help you decide? Kill a hostage.
Just do what they want! I beg you! Calm yourself! No one is to be harmed, clear?
Nothing simpler. So long as you take your boys and pull out, we'll all live happily ever after.
I repeat, that is not an option. We must bargain, reach an agreement.
So tell me a joke. Any joke. So long as it's funny.
Excuse me? This is no...
Got a tip for you. No charge. Every tip after this will cost you, in the blood of an innocent. When talking to someone who's holding hostages, never use the words no, not, but, or maybe. Understand, Reginald?
My name's not Reg. You're not supposed to say not!
This one gets the idea. And if I want to call you Reginald, I'll call you Reginald. Clear?
Yes. Clear.
Excellent. So let me hear the joke, Reginald. And believe me, you better hope it makes me laugh.
A little elfin runs up to his mother, calling Poop Poop. She says, "It's over there, love. Cut yourself a slice."
Pathetic, Reginald. A joke that bad's a damn crime, you know? And crimes demand punishment.
No! No! Wait! You swiving idiot! You're not to say no! Damn it all! Enough! Attack!
Oops, tip the scales.
I just needed a bit of time. Now Evelyn's going to choke out, and that's fine. Oh, come on! I don't even see what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, let's kill one. Let's keep the one with the shield for the hand. They're barely doing any damage. I don't even have time to attack because my other friend there is attacking. first. And that didn't reach. Oh, it did reach, but it did absolutely nothing. There you go.
Bravo! Splendid job,
I'm a witcher, not your negotiator. Where's Eveline?
She's fled. All the better. Fewer hands reaching out for loot. Come on before reinforcements arrive.
Alright. Is there anything over here? Doesn't seem so. Do it yourself? Yeah, sure. Like a witcher is gonna some crafting. I'm a bit bored, so let me like make a sword by myself. Request for payment. This document certifies that my principal, Emmett Lumendorf and Sons Co., registered in Tretogor, or attorney forms attached, has authorized my office to make payment for services rendered, namely the forging and installation of doubly fortified and armored doors fitted with Colossus brand locks for the vault of the Borsody Brothers auction house in Oxenford. This document likewise constitutes a request for payment in the amount of 65,000 Novigrad crowns within 2 weeks of its receipt. If at the conclusion of said period no payment has been made, collection procedures will be initiated in the proper judicial channels. Oh, there's another thing there. Letter from Master Matthew. Dear Master Borsodi, I write to you concerning a most atypical matter, but please do not dismiss it similar for both you and the institution you are in great danger. Allow me to explain what I mean. It so happens I'm a renowned astrologist and teller of fortunes. In recent days, for evident reasons, I have been forced into hiding. But a small circle of loyal customers has been kept informed of my whereabouts. One of these customers is a lady of high birth. Her name I shall not disclose out of discretion. So the lady came to me with a request. She wanted to learn what price would be certain items would sell for at the upcoming auction. After voicing my many objections, I nevertheless relented to the lady's request. But before you take offense at this interference in your business, please read to the end, for the cards I laid out for this lady told me something very important. The constellation of the cards clearly indicate a wolf shall appear at your doorstep, and you shall not let him enter, but he shall nevertheless find a way inside. He shall enter your house, then take your house from you. I saw a tourist struck by lightning and blood drinking blood. I believe you are extremely aware of what that signifies, am I not? As fair reward for this warning, please hand a sum of 2,000 crowns to the man delivering this message. My sincerest respect, Master Matthew.
The lock, lovingly crafted. 2 spring-loaded bolts, cylindrical plugs, Dameritian wards.
I'm not interested. No one's interested. We go in. Geralt, you're at the fore.
Why me?
It's why I hired you. Now move. We've no time.
Do or die.
It's not like I have much of a choice. Was there anything in here that I need to be aware of?
Shit. As if I had enough excitement.
I hate those spiders.
That's it. For now.
Oh, come on. I wonder how far back I am. Maybe I'll get to try and intercede better this time. Let's see what happens. Loading times. Taking a time. Alright. Let's get to it. Huh. I'm right there. That's good. Can I try to climb back down? I'm not getting myself sand time. No way.
Same paintings were on the block. Same paintings were on the block.
So he's making duplicates?
Same paintings were on the block.
They're in the vault! Lock themselves in!
Surrender! You don't stand a chance!
What the heck?
You'll pay for this! Cheeky bastard! Battering ram! Run and get a ram!
I love it, you're just stuck behind the door.
You don't know who you're fucking with.
I think I know who I'm fucking with. Otherwise I wouldn't be there.
On the contrary, I know all too well.
You'll?
Greetings, brother. Been years.
Ooh. That's a twist. I didn't expect that.
Think you owe us an explanation, Ewald Borsodi. This family reunion, what's the point?
Revenge. For betrayal. Years of poverty. Humiliation. Father left the auction house to me in his will. Horst cheated me. Had me disinherited.
Anything. Everything we earned, you squandered on cards and whores. Father didn't see that. I did.
That's no excuse, Horst. And it won't save your life.
Yeah,
You
he
two,
knew it was an asshole.
Stand with me. I'll not let the Redanians lay a hand on you. Give you whatever you want.
Eh.
Generous offer, Horst. Believe I'll take it.
What? How dare you?
Hate to be taken for a ride. Said that from the start. Should have treated it seriously.
I said no kills. And you still killed people.
You see? All have turned against you. Once again. This time for the last time.
Yet to be seen. I'll not go quietly.
Shouldn't be too hard. There you go. Knuckles to face. I like that.
Look, even your accomplices have turned against you. But not I. A brother once, a brother always. I'm prepared to forgive you.
Is that so?
On one condition. That you acknowledge me as head of the family. and
Everyone's
bow
an
before
asshole.
me.
But I mean, he's violent. And spend all his money on cards and drinks.
Pray, had I not known. But I do, you all. The bad shilling that always turns up.
Eh.
Bathe and dress him for the funeral. Something presentable. I'll not have him bring me more shame.
Okay.
At last. How I despise unfinished business.
What do you say we talk about my reward?
Yes. Well, as I said, you're free to take what you please.
Think I'll give this ruby necklace a new home.
And as I said...
Of course. The Witcher.
I want Max Borsodi's house. Whatever it is.
You fail to understand. Scrolls, documents, the will in there. None of this can land in Olgierd's hands. Not for any price.
Any? You sure?
Gents, might I appeal to your sense of reason?
Yes, Witcher. I'd sooner die than let you have those papers.
Admire your courage, I do. But we need to figure something out.
How? I was clear. I'll not hand you the house.
No, said you won't hand me its contents. I don't need those papers. Casket'll do me just fine.
I see. The wolf leaves sated, yet the sheep lives on.
This wolf's pretty damn tired. So let me have the damn casket and lead us out of here.
With immense pleasure. Believe me.
Eh. It's true. You never asked for the content. You just asked for the house.
Whereas you, I like. Wait with me a while. We must talk. I seek someone exceptionally well versed in locks and traps and whatnot.
My work of that sort would be a right honor, Governor.
The thief
This
being hard
way.
because he did a great
Get
job
out,
as
Witcher,
thief.
And don't come back.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I want to loot everything, but I got what I was here for. Can't complain more than that. I have a feeling I might need to go and sell some things once I'm done with this place. Because I did loot a bunch. No. Might go afterwards. Alright. That's one more part of the quest done. Since I'm here, might as well sell a bunch of stuff.
Greetings again.
Show me what you have.
I could put the glasses on. Oh, he's broke.
Show me what you have in stock.
I'm not interested in that set.
So long.
I'm gonna have to change my clothes first. There you go.
Greetings.
Show me what you have in stock. So long.
Oh. How much? For a herring. Stands on crown apiece. Huh? I'll wait for it.
Oh.
Ah,
Round
shit.
of Gwent.
Why not? But you know,
I'll play on your term.
I didn't wanna do that. It's just for feet.
perhaps you should come back when you...
Oh.
Mind if I have...
princess! How's work? Just doing a rough cleanup right now. Need it once in a while.
So long.
The devil walked a crooked path.
I just finished the quest where I had to go loot
I'm all ears, Witcher.
from a kind of bank.
Got something for you.
I love gifts, but I prefer to unwrap them. Oi, lads, mind the barrels. Come.
You've got a lot of calls
That's better.
and you're tired.
Alright, what do you have for me?
Ah, you're gonna be fine.
Max Bersodi's house, as requested.
Oh, he's gonna be so disappointed. I made a deal with the dude. So I have the house, but not the contents of the house.
The papers. Where are they?
Left them in the vault. You wanted the house, you got the house. Never mentioned its contents.
You're a quick study. Already as tricky as Odin himself. Keen to ridicule a man. Do you know what I and the company do with your type?
No. Dying to hear, though. Always liked a tale with a thrill.
I'm in no mood for jests.
Neither am I. Did my
I should
job,
probably
old
go and
beard.
get myself a
Delivered
glass
what
of
you
water
asked
though.
for,
I'm done
to
with
the
my
letter.
can.
Unhappy? Hell, should have chosen your words more carefully.
Yes, I should have. I assume you came to an agreement with Horse.
Oh, Geralt.
Shame.
Geralt got
A right
branded
horse in that one.
by a kind
His
of
brother
djinn.
Ewald was worse.
Was?
Horst
Oh,
killed
we
him
don't know if it's a
with his
djinn
own
or a
hands.
demon or whatever that character
It's
is.
progress.
Called Master of Mirrors. And he has to help him fix this dude's problem. So he had 3 wish, and he has to do all 3 wishes to release that crest on his face. So far we've done 2 of those.
Why did you even need those papers?
To sink the
Yep.
Borsodis, naturally. You see, I learned of an interesting clause in old man Maximilian's will. It states that his sons must meet and shake hands in agreement at least once a year at Bellatane. Failing that, the auction house must be auctioned off. The proceeds to go to Vilmeria's hospital.
Guess the old man sensed what might happen.
Aim to deliver those papers to the right hands. Borsodi would have landed in the streets. And the hospital would have gotten the funds
Oh,
it needs to treat
damn.
orphans
I
and
didn't
beggars
take
pro
the
bono.
right
Awfully
the right
noble of you,
choices.
Showing so much concern for the needy.
I couldn't give a rat's ass about the needy. Made her wither and disappear along with the city. I wanted one thing. Revenge.
The Borsodis. What's your gripe? Get kicked out of an auction?
Worse. They evicted me from my home. Are you really interested?
Wouldn't have asked if I wasn't.
Ha! Cheeky as ever. My family They took on some debt. A poor investment in a sword.
Is your wig going
A
okay?
bad crop one year. A lawsuit lost. You know how it is. When it rains, it pours. We needed but a few weeks to recover. But Horst Borsodi had acquired our debt. All of it. Demanded it be repaid immediately. I pleaded. I begged. I tore open my shirt at his threshold. Ugh. It was like talking to a wall.
I
I went to the
that.
auction. Saw those perfumed pricks buy my father's sword. My mother's death mask. My brother's horse tack. Ah, Horst earned a pretty pile selling our mementos.
No surprise the animosity you feel for him.
That was but the start.
Is that a good
My
busy or a
Iris's
bad
parents
busy?
learned of my family's misfortune. And our betrothal was no more. They found her another suitor. One from beyond the sea. The anger I felt. I thought I'd gone mad. Went to the tavern. Drank a round. A second. A brawl.
Why?
Then had another tankard. And then I asked the wrong bloke for help.
What happened then?
A good and bad buzzy.
Was one big stinking pile of shite.
You're mostly busy at
Why
work.
do you stand there? Do you need something still?
Yeah, I'm kind of same here. I don't know. I've put a bit too much on my plate today, but that's mostly on me. So they keep adding stuff. Eh.
Third wish. Time you stated it.
A moment, Geralt. I must say to something. Then we'll chat. You there. Yank the herring out the barrel.
Oh, there's been someone in there all along. It's been marinating in there for a while now.
Come on, none of this dallying.
Now, ready to listen? Or do you still not give two shites about what I've got to say?
I'm ready. I'm listening.
Good. You'll return to your lord and tell him as follows. His demand was
Today I
brazen.
managed to do a
Hurt me
full
to the
heart
core.
cleaning,
For I was brought up
which
to
I never
respect
managed
the
to do,
sacred
but like
law of
I
hospitality.
kind of had to.
And I shall not bend to an uncouth
And I did
Understood.
a
I
little
will
bit
play
of
him a
work in
visit
the
shortly
workshop
to
to
test his
prepare for
willingness to
tomorrow.
adapt. So you
Got
ride
some
off
of
and
my new
announce
fabrics cleaned
Don't
up,
spare your
rolled
horse.
up,
Got it?
Aye, got it.
Give this man a mount and leave him
and I started on some food a bit later than I had
go. We must talk
anticipated.
outside.
I had some beets that need to be canned. And
Their theory believe one should only discuss important matters out
I've
of
been
doors,
craving
with the
onion
gods as
soup
witnesses.
for the past month. So I made one tonight.
Barrel. What was that about?
On the way here, we stopped for nourishment at a tavern belonging to one Lord Dauntless. We enjoyed ourselves as one does at an inn, raucously. Our antics were not to the liking of this Dauntless. Sent a man to warn us that if we were ever to return, we would hang.
You burned the inn down?
I left ample compensation with the innkeep. But it seems the rapscallion neglected to mention this to his lord. But that's of little import. What matters is someone called me a whoreson and threatened to kill me. It was one of those
I can
threats that
once in
sound
a
like
while,
an
but I
invitation.
rarely ever do so.
I intend to accept it.
Because
Return
I'm
to
never
those
sure how
parts.
it's gonna turn out. So I tend to put everything in the freezer or dehydrate stuff instead. But beets that wouldn't have worked for what I like them, which is
Must have
beet
made
salad.
quite a few enemies along the way. Maybe not today and not tomorrow, but someday.
Even now, I'm
someone
not
will
sure I'm
find
gonna
a way to
keep it.
take you down.
And that should trouble me. Why? I feel
I'm
no
sure I
fear,
should keep the
no
beets.
regrets.
Because
The
they
wise
look
men of
pretty
Oxford
old
claim
and
there are
they
no
start
gods.
tasting weird.
After death,
So I might
there is
need to
only
throw
the
them
void.
out.
I've known this void
So
already.
I have no clue
Death holds
why
no
I even
surprises.
canned it. Since I'm gonna throw them out anyways. But I figured I tried to cook it and then I ate a bite to make sure like it was okay. And there was kind of funky aftertaste, so I'm like, oh damn, what did I do? Why did I spend like 2 hours on that?
Fulfilled 2 of your wishes. Time I learned the 3rd.
Confident, aren't you? Proud, sure of your strengths, fearless.
3rd task.
You want
if
me to
don't
do a
mind.
video about canning?
Mutations. They stripped you of emotion.
Canning depends on what you're canning,
Tell me,
so
have you ever loved? I mean, truly loved?
that's kind of hard.
Yeah, I've loved. Can we get to the matter at hand?
I bought a canning book
Perhaps instead we ought to sit down
just so I wouldn't
inside.
be making
Have a good
like
chat over some
stupid
fiery
basic
water.
mistakes. But like I canned tomato sauce at some point and I didn't trust it enough, so I didn't eat it. And right now I'm probably gonna throw the beets I did. So dehydrating is definitely my best bet.
We'll drink once the job's done.
Afraid that's impossible. Succeed and that's the end of me. Fail and you'll not be back.
3rd wish. Still waiting to hear it.
Oh, you can
Aren't
pickle
you
onions,
stubborn?
very easy.
Fine.
That's one that I really like to do,
Listen well.
but I don't actually can
I had
it.
a wife once. The day I saw her
Dehydrated
last,
onions work
I
very
gave her a
well though.
rose.
You can
A
throw them
violet
into
one.
sauces and stews and
Bring me that
soups.
blue. Wouldn't mind reminding myself what it looks like.
When was that? How long's it been? Flowers wilted and turned to dust by now.
Tomato sauce is very easy
You
to
wished
can,
to hear a wish.
but it needs to
Now you
be
out.
just tomato.
Fulfill it.
If you want to do like a
I
spaghetti
ride now
sauce
to
with
visit
meat in
his
it,
daughters. But one of my
you
men
can't
will
do it
remain
just in a
here.
pot. You need a
He'll
pressure
know how to
cooker,
find me.
and I don't
That
have a
is
pressure
the
cooker.
course, should you succeed.
At least you could tell me where your wife is.
I did make some
My
grape
old
jelly
manor,
though.
East of Martin Foy's farmstead.
That one's working.
I'd wish you Godspeed, but, well, you understand, I'm sure. Goodbye, Geralt.
I drunk all I had.
Dehydrated onions are very easy to make. I mean, you still need to like have a way to dehydrate them. Grape jelly can be very easy. You basically need like grape juice, sugar, and pectin, and you throw all of that in a pot, and you wait for it to gel, and then you can then putting that in a clean jar that you've like boiled for 10 minutes. Close it up and you put it back in the boiling water for another 10 minutes and you've got canned grape jelly. Yep. But I used to make jellies and spreads back when I was at cooking school. So that's one of the things that I'm not scared I'm gonna fail at. Yeah, you should. The hardest part for me was to get the grape juice. Because I do not have a juicer. And I had fresh grapes. So that was interesting. Took longer than I wanted. But yeah, even like dehydrated onion, you could probably make your own in the oven. You can dehydrate most things in the oven pretty easily. You just have to make very thin layers of what you're trying to dry. Like chop up your onions, make a thin layer in... I'm failing at English right now. A cooking... A cooking tray! Yes. So you chop whatever you're trying to dehydrate, put it in the cooking tray. Very, very thin layer. Throw that in the oven at the lowest setting you can have. And leave it in there for a few hours and keep checking on it. Yep. Lowest temps you can go. It's for vegetables, it's something around 55. That's the best. It's just that you're very likely to kind of smoke out your kitchen with that very amazing onion flavor. So you might want to do that like when no one's around, or you can easily vent out with a window open.
Ah, you're back.
You can easily dehydrate apples that way too, so you can have some apple chips to snack on.
Got a painting I'm looking to sell.
Good for you. But why come to me about it?
'Cause it's a Van Row. Heard you might...
A Van Row? I'll take it. Now, where's me purse? I haven't much just now. But I'll add a bit of loot. Another witch I left it as collateral. What was his name? Gaiatan?
That's so. Interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, I do. The things I dehydrate the most are onions and green onions. Like I do those fairly regularly. That way I don't have to get my chopping board out every time I want to add some to a recipe. When I do green onions, I normally buy like 3 bunches of them.
Oh!
I have a dehydrator, so it's even easier for me. But like, you don't need to have one. I've just been wanting one for a while, and I stumbled upon it on sale at Walmart. Yeah. Dehydrated mushrooms for stews too. There's one video I want to make that I haven't found the energy to do yet, which is to have like instant miso soup.
Greetings, Ivy.
You're gonna have to ask him.
How might I be of help?
Listen, would you...
Yeah, I do my own dehydrated vegetable mix for my soups, so I can have instant soup when I'm craving something quick, and I can just have like a bowl of rice with it. So I chop little cubes of potatoes and carrots, and you have to pre-cook them, like parboil them. And once they're parboiled, you can dehydrate them. So you can make your own dehydrated veg mix for that. My favorite ones are carrot and potatoes and onions because, I mean, that's a very cheap mix to make. Otherwise, I like to have some shiitakes dried, pre-sliced, and I add nori. No, actually, yeah, the nori you buy for sushis.
So long.
The thinking customer will see right away I've got the best deal.
I serve the eternal fire. Anyone there?
Why did someone just scream at me?
Hey! You hear me? Kendrick. Kendrick.
Not so loud.
Ah! God.
Not so loud, I said. Fog's not natural. Could be something in... Don't want to attract them.
Foglets.
Good question.
See, Kendrick and me, we thought Manor's been empty all these years, full of fine things going to rot.
Mm-hmm. So you're a thief.
Thieves steal from the living. What's the harm taking from the... Kendrick went to open the door. I stood watch. Suddenly heard his lamp smash.
that? One of them foglets you spoke of?
Nope, that ain't a
No.
foglet.
Phew. That's a stone off my...
I'll see what that was and look for your part.
Ain't about to wait around.
Yep, that's a great plan.
Pretty sprawling, this estate. How am I gonna find that rose in this fog? Fresh manure. Water's ice cold. Mountain stream cold. Rather worn. Used often. Wonder by who? Someone's still tending to the flower beds. No violet rose, though. Woods rotted completely.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you leave it outside for a long while. It gets rotten.
Beehives. Well maintained, but dormant. No violet rose here. Maybe somewhere out back.
Alright, let's see. What are we gonna do in there?
A busted lamp. And a Somebody dragged something this way. A body?
Yep, maybe.
Someone dragged a wounded man through here.
Alright, let's see where this is going.
Prints from cleated boots, leading from the back of the garden.
There's a cat? That cat is creepy.
I'd scooch along, kitty. This place. What's that? That. Digging. A lockpick? Must have been the other thieves.
That sounds like I'm gonna have to fight something.
Graves, unmarked. Laid out in rows, like garden beds. Hey. Hear me?
That doesn't look very human to me.
thief. Body's mutilated. Who are you?
Yay, that thing has no face. Seriously, that's kind of harsh. Oh, but he can't see me. But he can heal? If he hits me, he can heal. Is that it? Ouch. Yeah, this is annoying. Starting to get it at least. Oh shit. I can't let him do that. He's gonna heal himself. Has to be a way to fight it. That makes more sense than this. This is annoying as fuck. That skill to not die is so very useful.
What the fuck was that? No eyes or nostrils, deformed organs. Damn thing had no right to be alive.
Well, philosophers do still debate what it means to be alive, exactly.
Oh, a talking cat.
Normally I'd be shocked, but not after what I just saw. Who are you two?
Clearly not animals. Think of us as friends of the house.
What's with the show? The pretense that you're animals. You couldn't have warned me?
No. We're obliged to maintain discretion.
So why talk to me at all?
Why? Well, we get so few chances to talk to humans, and we're curious to know what brought you.
Gonna need a better answer than that.
Later.
What about this thing? What can you tell me? Friend of yours?
We called him the Caretaker.
Doesn't look like any creature I've ever seen. Where'd it come from?
From very far away. He was summoned to guard Lady Iris and the home. He tended the garden, took care of unwanted guests.
Very far away. Meaning where exactly?
Unwanted guests.
The name of this place would mean naught to you.
You know the master of the house, the owner?
Olgierd von Everett? Yes. We know him, but he left, and his wife became mistress of the house.
Great. So, Lady von Everett home? Could you announce me, say she has a guest?
Why do you wish to see her?
I'm here to get the violet rose Olgierd gave Iris just before he left.
Iris is inside, in the bedchamber upstairs. Take his key. It opens the rear door.
Guess I'll make my own introductions.
Yep.
So,
there you
how
go.
should I address you?
As you did now. We'd rather keep our names to ourselves.
Another intruder buried by the caretaker. Seeds and bulbs. Someone's still planting flowers.
Yep. Just making sure I ain't missing anything. We'll see.
A hairbrush. Floral ornamentation. Pretty.
I don't know what that's about, but must be something.
Seeds and bulbs. Someone's still planting flowers.
Let's see what we can do here. I'd rather have a look at everywhere before I go inside. Just in case.
Somebody's still taking care of the place.
Yep, he's called the caretaker and you just killed it. Oh, see, I could have seen graves already.
A grave here?
Guess I should have been forewarned. That looks like I've had a look everywhere. So. Shouldn't be too hard. Figure out what to do next.
Be gone.
Nope. Clearly she has to be dead already. But we'll figure out one thing at a time. There's a spirit walking around.
What the hell? Gotta be careful. What the hell was that?
Oh yeah, I want to do something stupid. There's a spirit trying to kill me. Amazing.
All geared as I've never known him. A different man then.
I could be going upstairs. Because I know she's upstairs. But that is not going to help. There are things that need to be seen.
Tidy, and everything's clean, ready for a meal to be served. Caretaker must still set the table.
And the fire just got opened. And there's a dead head there. Oh, am I supposed to go up there? Oh, I can't. That's fine. They blocked the path. You done yet? Spirit throwing a fit.
Happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Fire damage. Interesting.
Fire damage is interesting? How so? That's creepy. What am I supposed to do about this one? As soon as she hits... It doesn't seem like I can actually do anything. Do I have to try and run away? But I can't. Okay, I'm tired of it. Let's see what's going on. Alright, so how am I supposed to do that? Basically, there's no secret to it, just kill it fast and prevent it from hitting walls. Alright. Man, this ring is annoying! Man, it wasn't even nearby! How? Come on, get me! Is it timed? Hi, Amelia! I'm having a hard time. I'd be needing the Earthen upgrade. Let's see if I have enough points to get that upgrade. Oh, I can't because I'm in combat. Let's get killed. I've got no more swallow. Well, I don't have the choice. She goes right back to the paintings. Even if when I keep her away. So what do you want me to do? And if you go and look online, all it says is, kill her faster. I'll figure it out. Oh yeah, and it says like, keep her away from the paintings. And I do, and she still gets transported into the painting, so I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm not sure I'm gonna keep trap on, because it means I have to remove something else. But I'm gonna use it for this one at least. Oh, come on. I'm reset directly into the fight. See how far she was? Oh yeah, you can shut the portal when open. I had kind of tried, but it hadn't worked. Guess I just wasn't timed right. Leave me alone, you stupid wraith. Yeah! Thank you, Melee. Stupid.
What the hell was that?
Yep. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, I can't have both. That's sad. Yeah, I got donkey ears. Like last stream. But I also have stupid glasses.
Red chamber. Iris was supposed to be here. Lovely couple.
Let's loot before I go and activate something else. Choo choo choo.
Gotta be her. Damn it.
Of course she's
You
dead.
wish to see her? Here she is.
A man should frame his wishes carefully. It forestalls disappointment.
This
The
sick
glasses
joke.
are perfect.
Why didn't you tell me she was dead right away?
You didn't ask.
And why hasn't anyone buried her?
We can't. As for the caretaker, the one you cut down, while still alive, she ordered him to stay away from her for all time.
Eh. That's fair.
How did she die? Don't see any wounds, evidence of a fight.
Her heart burst.
Meaning what? A heart attack?
No, it simply burst.
That doesn't
Find
make
that hard to
sense, but
believe.
Yet that's precisely what happened. One day Iris locked the front door, lay down here and died. From grief, from loneliness.
The deeper I get into this, the more I gotta wonder. Why are you even helping me?
We were summoned to serve Iris von Everec. Our mistress died, but that did not free us from her service.
Got it. You want to leave this place, leave these bodies?
yep.
Surprised?
No, not at all.
Alright, that makes sense. I don't want to stay a dog and a cat with no mistress to serve for years and
Her
years on
ghost is
end.
restless, angry, attacks intruders. Know why?
Lady von Everec has endured much hardship. She's unaccustomed to guests and not fond of strange folk.
She can't hear us.
Seems I gotta speak to Iris's ghost.
It's no easy task to contact the mistress. Rage and bitterness fill her.
Got my ways. To make contact with Iris, I gotta bury her body. But that caretaker's macabre little cemetery won't do. Too much blood, too much fear.
She spent much time in the front garden.
Maybe there.
Wait. Take this key. It opens the front door.
Good dog.
Alright, let's get to it. I've been okay. Bit of a mess. But that's not on anyone. I've just have a hard time like feeling my days purposefully. Like just doing something with myself.
She liked to sit here, but this is not a good place for a grave.
Too close to the house.
I'll keep searching.
Iris von Everec adored flowers.
But she would never want to destroy them.
Oh yeah, I do. mostly from organizing it more
This
than
place seems
anything
suitable.
else.
Yes,
I
she
feel
loved to
like
paint.
it's hard to get all of the
Did
information
Iris
they
von
need
Everett have any last
and
requests?
keep the
How she
streams
wanted her remains
of
disposed of?
information steady.
She feared death. Worried none would see to her burial or say a
But
kind
it's gonna
word
get
in
there.
parting.
I have like 3 weeks to figure it out.
Guess I'll be the one to do that.
Yeah, well, he is very good at organizing stuff and organizing people.
Can't say much about Iris von Everett, but I do know I like her paintings. It's a shame her art couldn't bring her greater comfort. At times, fate muddles our path, and life turns toilsome, hard to bear. Yet all deserve respite and peace in death.
I'd say I'd like to see you, but I understand why you haven't joined in the conversation for that. So I ain't gonna annoy you with that.
Your name's inscribed in this sketchbook. Perhaps you'd like it to be buried with
Oh,
you.
you don't?
You two, got any last words for your mistress?
We don't partake in human rituals.
Trusting that
I
what
didn't
you've
really
done is
have
in
choice
keeping
if
with
I
your
want to go to
customs.
guns.
The remains are interred. Let's summon her. Tormented spirit, I've laid your bones to
Yeah,
rest.
I get it.
Forget your wrath.
One of
forget your
my best
grief.
friend.
Show yourself.
I speak about him often. I can't invite him because he doesn't have vaccines. I invite him at home with just me, but I'm not gonna invite him with a group of people.
Forgive
and
me
that's
for
kinda
tearing
sad.
you from your realm. I need to ask you.
But I get it. But it's gonna be fun meeting people, I think. I just didn't expect everyone to be from Montreal coming down to my house. I expected people closer to home. Yeah,
Should I follow you?
I already knew
Alright.
that. You didn't have to tell me. We might meet at some point when I'm gonna go to Montreal and be like, hey, let's go
What
and grab
is
a
this
coffee if you
place?
want. That way it's just gonna be me. But I wouldn't impose
The
anything on
Painted
anyone.
World. The work of Iris von Everett.
How do you two get in here?
We exist in both worlds at once.
Strange place.
But yeah, I'm
One
trying to
born of
figure out
Iris
what's
von
going on
Everett's dreams.
in for the event.
It existed
Because
only
2
in
other
her mind
people
while
said,
she lived.
hey, well, maybe
In
we'd
death
like
it
to
gained
come.
substance.
But they weren't comfortable with
fantastic
being here
tale.
if there's a
Hard
lot
as
of
hell to
people.
believe.
Yet you'd
So I
best
had to
believe it,
make
and be
sure
on your guard.
of
The painted
everyone
world is rife with
first.
danger.
But still, I'd like to see them, but it might be a bit overwhelming to invite too many people and figure out space in my house.
All right, this is lovely and all, but where's Iris?
You awoke her but for a moment. If you wish to speak to her, you must tear her from her
Yes.
slumber completely.
You should get your vax if
Sure,
you want to
but
go to
how?
the restaurant.
You're a tracker, right? So
Otherwise,
you're examining the tracks
I'm gonna go
outside.
inside, grab you a coffee,
Yeah,
and we're gonna
so?
have a walk with
This
coffee.
is a world built of memories blurred and wilting. Moments our mistress wishes to forget, but cannot.
You need to find them, restore them, summon the fears that torment Iris, and destroy them.
Easy to say.
Yeah, I think my friend's not anti-vax per se, but he didn't feel comfortable having it like at the start because it hadn't been tested on enough people, and since he works mostly in seclusion, he figured he didn't need it that much.
Spectres of Olgid and his wife. But why aren't they moving?
This is a memory.
But it's incomplete, blurred. You must peer closely and restore it.
I'm gonna refrain from judging, but it's very hard for me to refrain from judging.
Pieces of tableware for an afternoon tea or breakfast. Iris was painting the manor. Painting palette.
Yeah, I get it.
Probably not right. Perfect match. The spirit from the steppe.
I'm just wondering
Red
what we
often,
have
well worn.
in common with you, and what you enjoy doing with her besides watching anime. Because I rarely hear you
Perfect match.
speak positive of her. Cuddling? If that's enough for you, that's good.
We should get a dog. Or a dog and a cat. Even better. When the rain comes, the dog will warm my feet and the cat will play with a ball of yarn by the fire. What do you think? Are you even listening?
Apologies, dear. Had my mind on my book.
Is it that terribly absorbing?
Hmm? Yes, terribly. Know what? Let's go inside.
Why? It's lovely out here. The birds singing.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking because I want to know the good parts, even though I know it's
Sorry,
easier to speak about the bad
I feel
ones.
unwell. I'll go in. You stay a while longer.
Like, I don't want to be worried for you all the time. So please tell me you're in a happy relationship. Ah, why am I getting annoyed by bees? I mean, if she's kind to you and you love her, that should be enough. We can't always be on the same page and everything. There's a few of my partners that I get easily annoyed by.
Another memory. Tattered decorations for a special occasion. Wine cup, just like the one Olgierd's holding. A wedding veil. Perfect match.
Princess
Your
was here
health,
earlier watching
my
the
dear
stream, but I think her
And
job might have
yours,
gotten
my
too busy.
husband.
In my land, custom calls that newlyweds be greeted with bread and salt. But we're alone for now.
I need none but you. Oh, if only this moment could last forever.
I shall see what I can do. But come in and see our home.
Gladly, but I know this sounds silly, yet the house has sat empty for so long and I'm...
Afraid of spiders? I know. I swept them all up and tossed them in the
Ah,
garden.
that's why I killed a few earlier.
My knight, you've seen to everything.
I've had very few viewers lately because I can't keep my schedule running. I'm gonna be trying to be a bit steadier.
Damn it all.
That's part of the reason why I was saying, like, I have a hard time
Medallion's humming.
doing things with my days. I keep just scrolling on my cell phone for days on end.
No. A nightmare.
A fear crystallized, one you must now face.
It's not your fault not showing up, it's not anyone's fault. People's schedules change. Ooh. It's good sometimes to keep your brain busy. Hyperfixating on a game can really lessen the mental load. Oh, that's not what I mean. I mean you have things to do. Like Brun's got a new job. He used to be there a lot before, but it wasn't working then. Seb has been barely showing up. But he does keep looking at my Patreon, so I know he's not forgetting about me. And that's fine. I mean, I have meaningful interactions in other ways. It's just that instead of playing for like 4 hours or 6, when there was no one watching and no one interacting, it's gonna be closer to a 2.
Another dream of the past. Bet this one's incomplete too. Castel Rebello. Just a little different than the Toussaint wine. Expensive.
Yeah, well, I have a lot more mental availability and emotional availability lately.
Lavish feast. Trying to impress the guests. Silver thread. must have cost
I'm
a
feeling good
fortune.
enough in my brain to be able to reach out without feeling like I'm gonna be a burden.
These were lit in the painting, but that's not all. Seen this hairbrush? It was in bad shape in the real world. Fire was burning in the painting. Still something missing, though.
I'm still missing something. What am I missing? Oh, one of them isn't like... This one isn't. Yeah, I don't feel like shit in my brain. I'm just struck with executive dysfunction most of the day.
My darling.
So I can go
is
and have a
everything
chat.
all right? You seem pale, out of sorts. Everything's
And actually,
fine. Really.
it's good for me.
But why don't you tell
Because
me
it
how
keeps
you
me a bit more buzzy,
I'm
and
ever so
even though I'm
happy
on
to see
my
you.
cell phone,
Except, why didn't Grandmama
Discord
and
is
Grandpapa
a bit less addictive
It's a
than
long,
scrolling on
rugged
Facebook or
journey.
TikTok, whatever, where
You
you
still
just don't see the
refuse to meet
time.
me?
If no
Is
one's
that it?
answering to me, like, I'm gonna go and be in the kitchen
this?
or throw something in
We
the
brought some
washer.
of Iris's things. Her favorite brush, her cherished doll, and this for you.
Banknotes.
We paid off your debts, bought them out, to avoid bringing shame to the family.
So nice of Mama and Papa to remember me.
Olgierd. Now you see his true nature? I warned you before the wedding. A ruffian and a boor who keeps the company of bandits. Are you not afraid to live under one roof with that rabble?
So let's follow him, not you again. Don't like this place.
I don't know why. Being stuck in someplace spooky is amazing. But yeah, like, I wish I'd be obsessing over a video game right now. That might be also why I'm not streaming as much. Like, sure, I love Witcher. But... yeah, I've already done with the main game. And since I also try to not be playing when Princess isn't here, then that's kind of redundant.
Towel stained with blood.
I agree, but I don't think she is.
Wick's almost gone.
She does seem to be a noble, though.
The nightshade shirt. Never worn, I think.
Yeah. I decided to just go ahead with it. I could be playing Guild Wars 2.
What time is it?
It's late.
But I'm not sure how good content Guild Wars 2
Up in your
is.
study again, I see. What have you got on your
I'm probably
hands?
gonna be playing Guild
Nothing.
Wars 2
Got a bit dirty,
in
that's it.
2 days.
Is that blood?
Since tomorrow is
Have
gonna
you hurt
be
yourself?
streaming day
Ink stains,
for
I was writing
crafting
letters.
instead of gaming.
I shall go to Oxford.
But I'm still not sure if I'm gonna be
Perhaps you'll
playing
come
Guild
with me.
Wars
Oh, that's a marvelous
or
idea.
Witcher.
A trip would do us both so much good.
Then it's decided. Now, time for bed. I'm exhausted.
I shan't fall asleep now. It's out of the question. Come, I shall finish your portrait.
Yeah, I know. Somehow some people like that. I said on
Another
Guild
blurred
Wars, like,
memory.
I stream Guild Wars 2 sometimes, and I got like 3 extra followers.
Fresh.
I think it might be entertaining when I'm doing fractals, but I haven't been feeling like doing fractals lately.
Living tableau's gotta look just like the painting. Still not right. Living tableau's gotta look... This goes here.
There's plenty of games I feel like playing. I'm just waiting to be done with Witcher. So I might be grinding whatever's left of the Witcher 3
Maybe on this side.
for the few weeks
Finally,
coming.
just like the picture.
Smile a bit wider.
Like this.
You were meant to smile, not bare your teeth. No, still wrong. Smile like you did when Papa agreed we could marry. Please? You're useless.
Yeah.
I can tell
I mean-
something's bothering you.
I've a bit of work I should see to.
Again.
It's kind of lost its
Oh,
freshness.
dear, we agreed not to keep any secrets from one another. We promised.
But I'm probably gonna enjoy the other
Forgive
DLC
me.
more.
I don't
I
wish to
remember
discuss
this one to not be as much to
Oh,
my liking.
good. All geared.
Yeah, Blood and Wine. The one that's on a different map. And you actually happen to have your own house. Incredible.
Master von Everett's study. Here he immersed himself in the arcane arts.
Blood pacts, or on foreign presences.
Whoever summons a visitant into our realm risks much, whether flickering as a spirit in the aether or inhabiting the flesh of a designated host. The visitant shall strive to attain its liberty, and if it does, it shall wreak great havoc. Thus the visitant must be summoned only within protective circle, which shall bind it as no fetters could. The circle must be completed and eternal, with no ruptures. Its line must be drawn with a steady hand firmly gripping the chalk, since a stray step made through carelessness or the visitant's trickery can smudge the line. The circle must be further secured by a barrier in the form of lit candles made of beeswax. A circle thus protected shall stand as a sure and inescapable prison for the visitant.
A tome about parleying with demons.
I've been trying to be to like
The gates
use
of mystery,
Spotify.
between worlds, a library of an occultist.
I know Spotify stories, but
For some kind of magic, I
podcasts
bet.
to sleep. Not sure they're really working.
Manor was depressingly gloomy in the winter. Pentagrams here to bind summoned beings. Lines aren't all clear, though. Need chalk to fix them, then I can set out the candles. Black magic.
Yeah, I tried
That
to
should
read
do
the
it. Now for the candles.
important bits out
How
loud.
about this?
It's easier for me to
Come
know
back.
to remember what
We
I'm doing.
must talk.
It's easier to
away.
focus.
I wish to be alone.
Not this time. Come out at once.
Leave me be. I merely want to work in peace.
Aww. She's worried for her man. Well, she had reasons to. 'Cause he clearly fucked up.
Odiamo feos. Soba camisa piada. Soba camisa e barasas.
What other spell must I use, damn it? I've tried them all. I wish to end our pact. I summon thee! Damn it! Fire! In here, quickly! The flames! Douse the flames!
I did not expect that.
Let's jump into a painting. So he put his own house on fire. That's what we saw earlier.
Damn it. Smack in the middle of a raging blizzard. Gotta find shelter. Get inside. Hope you didn't let them in. They froze to death.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. Where am I supposed to find shelter? That wasn't very effective. Yep, poor Shirtless Geralt. There's probably something I have to figure out. I wonder how many times I'm gonna die first. I am pretty happy when the Discord, like, organizing things. I'm happy I have the capacity to see people. Yeah. I like... Next weekend, I have something planned. The weekend after, I have something planned. The weekend after, I have 2 things planned. Thanks. I was like, I could wait, but I don't have any patience. Let's go and do it myself. Guess I was on a good day.
Blizzard. Gotta find shelter inside. Hope you didn't let them in. They froze to death.
Yeah, I still don't see a way. But it says below. But there's a ghost there. Should I just follow it? Go under it? Oh, there might. There might. I'm gonna try that. Okay.
Damn it. Smack in the middle of a raging.
You were right. It was as simple as that. Mini areas? I want some too.
Oh dear, Iris and her father. he started smoking. A beer tankard, but there was vodka in it, drained to the last drop. A marriage contract between Iris and Olgierd.
Prenuptial agreement. We, the undersigned Iris Belowitz and Olgierd von Everett, have agreed to sell our love in a marital contract and to bind ourselves to certain covenants. Let this document stand as a note before the gods, and all that we hold holy, that till death do us part. We shall treat one another with mutual respect and give due hearing to each other's requests and opinions. If separation shall come, we shall each retain all property, both movable and immovable, which we brought into the marriage, and additionally each shall keep any presents given by the other during the duration of the marriage. The income which each receives, each shall spend as he or she sees fit, with all costs related to the maintenance and upkeep of mutual possessions being divided equally between the parties. Between worlds. Of all the beings inhabited the other spheres, the spirits of the elementals are the most foreign to human nature. They possess a will of their own and are intelligent, do not in the way of men. For there is no way to fathom their drives and intentions. Genies, the most powerful of the elemental spirits, prove the most difficult for men to commune with. Only the true masters of magic have perfected this art, which demands long years of study and risky experiments. Yet, even the most adept at the magic arts can tame a genie, merely forced it to perform certain acts against its own volition. They said the mage Stimmelford once commanded a Dao to move a mountain blocking the view from his tower, but even he could never convince a genie to be a willing helpmate in his work or to give sound advice, for the reasoning of these creatures is beyond human understanding. So what we're facing in the Master of Mirrors is probably a genie. Now we have a word for it.
Probably not right. Probably not right. Not quite. Memory's still incomplete.
Oh, there's a knife there?
A knife covered in blood. Guess Olgierd got the scars on his shoulders. So that's how he whiled away the long winter evenings.
Furthermore, it is agreed that Iris shall be accorded
A genie and Jen are the same thing.
that you shall heed her counsel and requests, and...
Get to the point, Father. My patience runs thin.
Gladly. On Iris's request, I declare this marriage null and void.
You vowed to remain with me till death do us part.
And I've held to my vow. The Olgierd I married is no more.
Breaking a word once given does not come that easy. Believe me.
Well, that's why she was trapped in there.
You shall stay here forever.
Enough! You will not command us. You will...
Father! Father! No!
She does.
Servants,
I kinda like her
take
looks.
this carcass and feed it to the beasts.
Even Geralt's like, eh. Dude, you're fucked up. It's like I've seen some fucked up shit, but that kind of takes the cake. Forcing your wife to stay in your house because she
Though he still loved his
is
wife.
human anymore.
No, he merely remembered that he should
It's a
love her.
mess.
Let's go upstairs.
This is a frigid movie. not a video game.
I remember. We spent much time together here, the three of us.
In silence.
We'll take our places, the same as then.
You do the rest.
A large clay bowl. Claw scratches. Small bowl. For soup, maybe? Animal hair. Think this was yours. There we go. Single place setting. No others on the table.
So I'm still missing something. Oh yeah. Caretaker. Probably needs the other place
Perfect
setting.
match. You actually ate from these bowls?
Of course not. I already told you, we're not animals.
But the caretaker would set them out all the same, as ordered.
Another monstrosity. I begged you to stop this. Those two are too many as it is.
The dog and cat keep you company. This one will protect you, care for the house, no matter what happens.
Oh, she looks already
Before
half dead.
I wished to know what was going on in that head of yours. I thought perhaps I could help. Now, I care not the slightest what you think or how you feel.
I feel nothing.
Just as I no longer know if I still hate you. Go, Olgierd. I want you out of my sight.
That's so sad. He's so
Olgierd
messed up.
von Everec failed to understand we'd never be able to replace him.
His spectre now casts a shadow over Lady Iris's every remembrance. We're almost at our journey's end.
What's there?
Iris von Everec's greatest fear.
Eh. I want to meditate to fix everything. But it fixed itself. Haunted house.
My dearest wife. Letters from Olgierd to Iris. Were I only as skilled with words as I am with my blade. Especially now, when an icy void grips my heart. I see how you look at me, and I see you wither. I cannot help you, but I believe I can cease harming you. This letter and this rose are my farewell. May you live in health, and remember but the good times, Olgierd.
The small glasses are like making me have flashback of an old anime I don't remember the name of. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe. I was thinking something more like Trigun, I think.
You undo the delusions and complete your tasks. Live happily ever after. That's it. To the spell of Joseph. The witches see the skies. That's it. That I do. With witches.
I'm not even using Erden right now. I bet I probably should. Coin does the trick.
You're not him.
Wait, I want to talk.
Not here. Not in this place. I'm sorry. I mistook you for another.
For Olgierd?
I thought he'd returned. To me.
What are you? A ghost? An illusion?
I am sadness.
Aha, aha. Yep, there is different ways of fighting this game.
Saw you before, but you weren't yourself. And I saw you again in your memories.
We've met. I don't recall. I had bad dreams. That is all I know.
Yep, it is a vampire anime with priests. But they're very old, so I straight up don't remember any of the plot. Both of them.
Before, but you weren't yourself. And I saw you again in your memories.
We've met. I don't recall. I had bad dreams.
I've come for the violet rose Olgierd gave you.
On the day we saw one another for the last time. I dried it and placed it in our chamber, at my bedside. I lay there for days, staring at it, until at last it crumbled into dust, as did I soon after.
So, the rose is gone?
Not from this world. Look, you buried my body and the flowers bloomed once more.
Oh, that flower is
And
kind of crunchy.
I was held in a deep, dark sleep. Only now have I awoken, just like my beautiful rose. When you placed the sketchbook on my grave, I remembered learning to draw my husband's face. Tell me, how is Olgierd? Healthy? Does he fare well?
Your husband's got a powerful enemy. Gaunter O'Dim. Know the name?
I curse the day I first heard it.
Who is he, and how'd he step into your lives?
It's my fault. It was for me Olgierd summoned the Man of Glass. And it was my fault he wished for riches then immortality for us both. Olgierd will best O'Dim, won't he? Now tell me, how is my
No, he
husband?
won't. Because I'm helping Udim.
Your husband hunts out ever stronger sensations. He tempts fate, because at heart he's unhappy.
At heart he is stone, so nothing has changed. And did Olgierd mention me? What did he say?
Not much, but I didn't ask about you. He just sent me to retrieve the rose.
The rose? The last I have left of him? His last gift?
Got a feeling the rose is important to you, more than a memento.
I remember so little. Yet when I think of my rose, I begin to recall what was. The world around me turns real, and my eyes open wide and I recognize things. Remember who I am and who I was.
But yeah, the
Friend
small
once told me about a
round
case
glasses
like this.
make me think of those
These strong
animes.
emotions that bind you to the rose, feelings we witchers call pins. They're what keeps you in this world.
Like an insect pinned in a collection case. Horrible.
Need to be honest, if I take the rose, you might cease to exist, as might the world you built around you.
And what will happen then? Shall I be free of the suffering, the sadness? Is it the void that awaits?
I don't know.
I don't wish to suffer any longer, but I fear there will be cold and darkness until there is nothing at all.
I need the rose. Will you give it to me?
It's so fragile. Look, the petal edges have turned crimson, as they were on the day I received it. The one thing missing is the single drop of dew which slid down the leaf when I took the rose in hand. Or was it blood? Because I pricked my finger? I can't remember. You know, I never did read the letter from Olgierd. I didn't have to. And I needn't have kept the flower he left me. I've come to a decision. I shall give you the rose.
Our service thus ends. Thank you, stranger, for freeing us.
Before we go, some advice. Beware of the one called the Man of Glass. Stand in his way, and you'll meet a fate worse than death. Seek salvation in glass that can't be broken.
Glass that can't be broken?
So you have to bind him to glass that can be broken.
I'll remember
is
you,
what I guess.
Iris von Everec.
That no longer matters. Farewell.
Clearly old Geared figured he'd never be able to retrieve the rose. Because the rose had been destroyed so long ago. Yep, Rietka lady. She's gone, but at least she's pretty free. I mean, imagine living all those years in stupid agony. I think I would have taken the chance too. I think there was a hole in the wall. Nope. Clearly this door isn't working. Oh, there it is. Let's teleport because otherwise this is gonna take forever to go to the right spot for no good damn reason. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish the whole DLC tonight, but it feels like it's pretty close to there. Yeah, you're right.
Stop staring, you'll jinx our work.
Ah!
Youth these days.
2 points, and be quick about it.
Oh, please, good sir, a bit of courtesy.
So I look up, and Bob's your uncle. He downs half the barrel in one draft.
Geralt, over here.
I get it.
Oi, wait your looks. Use the look of a man who knows how
Well,
to
now
drink.
that you've got a taste of it.
Some other time.
Hey now, don't make me beg. My treat.
Yeah, I know. But I've put a sound on. So I just stopped talking.
Show off.
Of course I am. Wouldn't you be? Time's a marvelous plaything.
And
Yeah,
a
that's the
great
genie.
spice to use in gingerbread.
So, you were listening. Indeed, occasionally I find time manipulation irresistible. Controlling it offers so many appetizing opportunities. Like spiking the soup of unsavory individuals with appropriately ghastly things.
you really?
Gauntero Dim, also known...
Not what I'm asking.
Ah, so you'd rather know what it is I do. In brief, I give folk what they ask for. You might say, I simply grant their wishes.
And drop them in a world of hurt.
No, not I. That would be their poorly formulated wishes. I'm no cheat. I give folk what they want, nothing more. That they oft desire unworthy things, that is entirely the fault of their rotten natures.
They're not human, that's clear.
That's so fey.
A demon? A djinn?
Do you really wish to know?
Yes.
No, Geralt. You don't. This one time I shall spare you and not grant your wish. All who have learned my true name are now either dead or have met an even worse fate. Yet I still need you.
You actually control time, or is this just some conjurer's trick?
What difference does it make?
A big one.
Let us say time has always fascinated me, so I taught myself how best to use it.
Why time of all things?
Geralt, there are 4 dimensions. Length, width, height, and time. What would you have me fall in love with? Width? Come now.
I mean, that makes sense for a fae.
So, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I wanted to congratulate you. You acquitted yourself splendidly with Olgierd. In fact, you've almost satisfied your debt.
Was supposed to fulfill his 3 wishes. Did just that. This is where you remove the brand, because we're even.
Nearly. To fulfill the terms of the contract to the letter, you must do one more thing. Draw Olgierd to the Temple of Lilvani.
We never discussed that.
Oh, but we did. As a man of the world, you should know that every contract contains a catch or two. Small print, which, nevertheless, changes the ultimate meaning of the pact. This applies to oral contracts as well. Recall that I said, and I quote, I believe, however, that all will end well, and once it does, we 3 shall meet and thank one another for the voyage we shared. End quote.
Yeah, I remember.
Fulfill your end of the bargain, and I will remove the brand.
So now they have to meet.
That was the last time you interrupted me while I was talking to someone.
Ah.
What the devil? Why is there a fly in my soup? Was waiting. Had an eye out for you. Didn't see you come in. How is it you're here?
Old Witcher's trick. I concentrate real hard, and I can control time and space.
You tossed this fly in my soup?
No. Now listen carefully. Tell your Ataman to come to the Temple of Lilvani. It's south of here. Entrance is inside a cave.
What's the commotion?
Lilvani's temple. Got it?
What's the commotion?
Right,
There's a
got it.
dead guy with
Hold
his
there.
wooden spoon in
Your
his
friend,
eye.
The medic. She were here. Ask that you look in on her.
Thanks.
Good folk.
The
Did you
devil
see?
walked
A crooked
Drop-
path,
literally
his
dropped
heart
dead.
full of ire. No soul would lend him coin for drink, no wench would
Fainted.
quench his
He's soaked in
fire.
blood.
Take a gander over here.
Ugh. Disgusting. So extra for no reason. Well, yes, that's what you should expect from a fae. Something with no morals. No notion of good and bad. Which means you annoy me, you're dead is a good enough reason.
Shani.
Oh, Geralt. Good thing you're here.
Back to the cutie.
What happened? Somebody break in?
This? No. Just getting ready to move.
What? When? Where to?
Not what I wanted to talk to you about. Or at least not only, but...
Nah, what I wanted was for you to do me.
I'm leaving, Geralt. The Eastern Front beckons. I'm Kedwin bound.
Never mentioned you'd be moving. Any intention to either.
I didn't know I would be. Found out this morning. 2 soldiers came to my door, said Redania needs me again.
Couldn't turn him down? Just say no?
Perhaps I could have. But I didn't want to.
My hands
Treating
are
the ill
tint
and wounded, it's my calling.
pink from the
No
beats I
place
did
needed more than
earlier.
at the front.
Can't you reconsider and stay?
Geralt, what for? The wedding, the time we've spent together, it was nice. But you have your life and I have mine. This
They're
doesn't
pink.
make sense long term. You know that as well as I do.
Well,
Des betteraves.
you take care of yourself.
You too, Geralt.
So, learning
Yes.
anything about Olgierd?
Well, I abandoned the books quickly. Decided that if I was going to learn the truth, I'd need to find someone who knows him.
Find anyone?
Turned out I didn't need to look far. A colleague at the academy. an
There has to be
assistant
some
to
good
Professor
things about
Parafine
speaking both
Shakespeare,
French and English.
claims Olgierd von Everec met with the professor multiple times. Apparently, Olgierd asked the professor to do some research. Professor got so worked up doing it, he went daffy. Started jealously guarding his notes. Wouldn't even let his assistant look at them.
The professor. Where'll I find him?
Here in Oxenfurt. Cloistered inside his house on academy grounds. Mage hunters guard his door.
Sure. I was busy doing my hair at the same time as doing beatboxing.
Mage hunters at the door. He under house arrest?
I can't say, really. Some of the faculty think him a traitor. Say he sold out to the hunters for a hefty pouch of gold. The assistant, on the other hand, insists the professor wants him there to protect him. I don't know what from.
What's your guess?
He's certainly useful to them. A specialist in black magic and the occult? Must be a trove of knowledge. If he's really gone off his nutter, I wouldn't be surprised to see them using him.
Doom Patrol? What's that?
Need to talk to this professor.
We'll go together. Redanian guards all over the academy. Doubt you'll get in alone.
Guards have never stopped me. You know that.
Wound these, and I'll have to patch them up. Besides, we might run into a friend. Get inside free and easy.
I've been watching something on Netflix that I can't remember the name of again.
So how are things at the
That I
academy
had
these
watched
days?
season
You mean
1.
since Radovid shut it down?
I mean, is it well guarded?
They're
Might be
trying
all it
to
is. Many of the faculty
keep
fled
aliens
far
off
north.
Earth.
The braver ones stayed, but assumed the guises of tailors and laundresses.
Or at least they're trying to
Why?
figure out what the fuck the aliens
Scholars
want.
seem to have adopted
Because they
native
seem
tactics.
very
In the
suspicious.
same bind. So the Eastern Front, and then
Depends where they send me.
wherever it is, take care of yourself.
Always do. So don't worry.
Okay, that makes me want to watch it. Admiral Whiskers is all you had to say.
Halt! By order of King Radovid, no one's allowed inside the academy.
Not even lecturers?
No one means no one.
See, you've become quite the stickler, Norbert. You were much kinder when I was patching you up. By the way, how's your knee?
Fine. Dandy. As if no arrow ever struck it.
Consider yourself a lucky man. Because if I'd not decided to operate, you'd be a cripple to the end of your days.
Bruno, eh? Maybe we ought to let her in. She's a decent lass. Not like to steal nothing.
All right. But alone, which will draw too much attention. I'd rather not get shite from the captain on his account.
Here's what we'll do.
There's an
I'll go
interesting
in, then
scene
help
of
you
Admiral
sneak in
Whisker
around the back.
French kissing a huge croakroach.
Don't know, but I'll figure something out.
And the narrator says that the
Usually aren't
cockroach
nearly
looked
as
at
many
the rat
guards on the
and
riverside.
felt like having some ratatouille.
All right.
You!
Let me in.
What the fuck? Is that on Netflix? What are you watching it on? The online special? Yeah, Titans on Netflix.
Honor in the fatherland.
Last time I torrented something, I think it was books. I try not to torrent too much, since I don't have a VPN. I used to torrent a lot, but I ended up like torrenting something when I wasn't home, because you know you leave your BitTorrent open on your laptop, and my boyfriend's mother got a nice letter saying, "Hey, you pirated something." So unless I don't have another way,
Geralt. Psst. Are you
I
there?
probably ain't gonna torrent.
Grab the line.
Where'd you get the rope?
Well, it
Long story.
does.
But we've done well. Professor Shakeslock's house is at the end of this street.
Guess you
The
just
witch
have
hunters
to
guard the door.
pirate the wrong thing.
Doubt I'll be able to sweet talk them.
Been a huge help already, Shani. Thanks.
It was nothing. Really. You'd have done the same for me. If you wish to see me again before I go,
Most of the time I
I'll be
torrent
at home.
stuff that nobody
Packing will take
wants,
some time yet.
like
All right.
Torchwood,
Be seeing you.
and you can't find it anywhere. It's not on any streaming website. Guess I wasn't paying attention. Yep. It's your fault. Definitely. I'ma blame you. Not my poor skills. Or my ADHD. or the fact that it's 3 a.m. and I've been playing for almost 4 hours. I took a bag and I moved it. I'm playing with elastics. Because you know, ADHD, I'm gonna feel a wisdom thing. Yep. But yeah, I used to pirate a lot of stuff. Like point and click games that would cost something like $40 and I'd be done with for after 2 hours. Huge books because I couldn't be bothered to get them at the library.
Damn it.
Let's do this quick.
Oh yeah. But I got some great websites. Sometimes I'm gonna get a Patreon because I want to have some of the juicy stuff, and I know how hard it can be, you know, for a private artist. I'm mostly into webcomics now, a lot more than actual more traditional mangas. I read like mostly Korean stuff nowadays. I've got a good library of mangas too. Except I haven't opened any of my newer ones lately. Just cause I keep forgetting about them. I read way too much not safe for work content. I don't even know what that is. But I've probably got something like 200 mangas. Or around that. I haven't kept my list up to date. And there's a few ones I should really be ordering. But I can't get otherwise. Because they're kind of too old. Shonen similar to Claymore. Yeah.
Shattered mirror. No sign of impact.
I have a
Not an
lot
accident.
of clamp
Shattered by a
stuff.
sound, maybe. Someone looking and scream.
Because I like both
Julian Alboco's
Tsubasa
key. Tomes about
and
demons.
XXX
Dusty
Holic.
as they come.
Ah. Yeah, there's a manga lounge here too. Except it's downtown. And my nesting partner doesn't really want to go downtown with his car. Because it's a mess to try and park. And well, why would I bother taking the bus?
Silver Lamen. Don't know the sigil. Hasn't been used in ages, looks like.
Aw, that's fun.
Franco, is that you? Leave the bedpan in the usual spot. And take the platter. I shan't be eating today.
Professor Shakeslock.
Who the blazes? How'd you get in? Get out. I know nothing. Don't wish to know anything. Understand? No,
Yeah.
no, out!
Not gonna hurt you.
That demon sent you.
Most
sure
manga
of
lounge
it.
do that.
What demon?
Feigned ignorance.
It's like you pay
Please,
$10 for
you
an
know.
hour.
Gaunter
Or you have a snack.
He didn't send me, but he is why I'm here. I'm a witcher.
A mutant. Yeah. Could be.
Why are there guards outside your door? You a prisoner?
Protective custody. That's the phrase. Protective.
That sounds like a good
When I
plan.
cannot decide my own fate, cannot breathe without their permission.
But stay there for a few hours and just
You may
chill.
not be aware, but I'm one of the foremost experts on the occult. Living experts, that is. My mentor was the outstanding Professor Lionel Van...
And you're cooperating with the witch hunters now?
Cooperating? As if I had a choice. They're ignorant. But not enough to ignore what I know about magic, witches, sorceresses, what have you. Knowledge they use for barbaric ends. But that's beyond my control.
Perfect then for
'Cause I need
introverts.
information. Think you might be the only man who has it.
A witcher.
And if you're lucky, you might even make a friend.
I'm hardly a post-conjunction creature.
What did Olgierd von Everec want from you?
I curse the day I first set eyes upon the man. He appeared at my doorstep one day, offering a sack of gold were I only to find out who Gaunter O'Dim is and how to get rid of him. I agreed. Such matters are my speciality. And I needed the coin. I pored over countless tomes, delved into obscure incidents and analysed folk legends. I went so far as to travel to Nilfgaard, the library there, where at last I hit upon the mysterious entity's trail. There are records of encounters dating back thousands of years in many cultures under many names, but always as evil incarnate. In this land we call him Gaunter O'Dim, at times Master Mirror or the Man of Glass. In deciphering the ancient scrawlings I went blind, yet I learned a great deal. For example, that he plays with his victims and thrives on pacts above all else. Seemingly harmless contracts which drive their parties to madness.
Yep, we had figured that out so far.
What's with the surroundings? These runes, what do they mean?
They protect me. Here, evil cannot touch me.
How do you know?
Told me himself. Paid me a visit once. Fascinating. I was blind already, but saw him clearly. He smiled, said he was honoured I'd taken such an interest in him. He wished to thank me, and explained he'd taken a similar interest in me. He drew the circle and said I'd be safe within it. His way of repaying me, you see.
Ever tried to leave it?
If you'd heard how he said it, you'd be as certain as I am what leaving would bring.
Know anything else about the man?
Gaunter O'Dim is no man. He is evil. Evil
That sounds
which
like
assumes
he
various forms.
told him
Forget
so he
about
wouldn't
him or
keep
die.
getting
You're alive.
Alive.
in his
Yet
problems.
I live in constant fear, born of what I've learned about him.
Olgierd signed one of these pacts with him.
Brilliant deduction. But have you guessed why? You must know that he came from a wealthy, influential line. He must have, if the family of his betrothed accepted him. Yet did you know his fortune soured? He himself became an outcast, impoverished. Iris's family, a powerful house, could not accept this, would not marry their daughter to a nobody. Olgierd wished to elope. The further away, the better. Yet Iris refused to cut her family ties.
Quite the predicament.
Indeed. Their luck turned yet darker when a wandering witch mentioned a solution. A man who would grant any wish. His name, Master Mirror. The rest follows naturally. Olgierd and Odin, a meeting at a crossroads, a wish, a pact signed in blood, and a price to be paid. Olgierd was to sacrifice one he loved. Odin delights in difficult choices. He knew Olgierd loved two in this world, his betrothed and his brother, Vladimir. Olgierd chose, and soon thereafter married his beloved Iris, his fortune restored.
So did Olgierd kill his own brother?
We're finally learning everything.
Deduce, Witcher. Odin acts directly or indirectly. Olgierd merely signed the blood letter. The next day, his brother was dead.
Olgierd tell you all that?
He had to. How else was I to diagnose his case?
Make it sound like an illness.
It is worse. Many illnesses are treatable, but play with evil, and medicine can be much harder to find.
Why was Olgierd out to get rid of Odin? He'd gotten what he wanted.
Had he? His heart had turned cold as ice. His feelings for his wife, for whom he'd sacrificed his brother, had withered. He'd lost all he'd loved. Had he wanted any of this? No. Odin grants what you wish, not what you want. All who sign a pact learn the difference, die by it.
All? No way to get rid of him?
Kill him, you mean? Kill evil? No. Yet the annals tell of a man who dissolved his pact by defeating Odin at his own game.
Meaning?
Odin wields contracts, word traps, duels of wits. Challenge him to such a duel. He'll agree, and can be beaten. But remember, there is only ever one stake. The sole thing he truly desires.
Evil genie.
Souls.
Yep.
Odin left a mark on my face. Any way to get it off?
A mark? No mention in the tomes. Strange. Unless it will disappear once your pact is fulfilled.
If I challenge him, end the pact that way, will it go away?
That I do not know. The one man who succeeded bore no mark.
Thanks. Helped me a lot.
Good. Very good. Ah, to feel useful after so many years locked up, living in fear. Why, it's pleasance itself.
Yep. Not surprised. Key to Professor's house, I guess? Ooh. Professor Shirtless journal. Yep. My notes and observations, Professor Shakeslock. The circle of them creates that terrifies me. I cannot see it, but I know it is here. I know a name for the sense with which I perceive it. When I near its bound, strange shivers shoot down my spine. This is not pain, but something that stands my hair on edge like a hedgehog's quivers. A month has passed, and still I stay within the running circle. Nightmares prey on me more and more. I've come to fear sleep. I know not how long I can withstand this. I dreamt I had a daughter. This was strange, for I've never had children, yet one came to me in my sleep. She was no older than 10. She called me daddy and loved me deeply. I could see it in her eyes. The strangest part of all was that I also burned for her with a great paternal love. Can one possibly dream of someone who does not exist? Can one love such a one? I no longer feel sleep. Perhaps Odin has decided to give me peace. I have no desire to change his mind. My dreams of Emily give me great joy. My daughter is a good and clever girl. I believe she will grow into a wonderful woman. A shame she exists only in my dreams. Not only do I no longer feel sleep, but now I cannot wait for the moment in which it comes. What a fantastic transformation. If nothing changed, I shall soon try to leave the circle. I know now why I dreamt for weeks of the child I never had. It was his doing. This night my daughter died. She got a strange illness, which packed her whole body with hideous, oozing sores. She cried, begging me to help. I could do nothing. She died in my arms. I woke soaked with sweat. I remained erect, my mind tattered. 3 months have passed since Amelia's death. My heart still bleeds, and horrifying visions plague my every moment. I'm a blind man who wishes he saw nothing, for the blindness would be a relief compared to these tormenting visions. I cannot persevere much longer. I have become a deeply unhappy old man. I have now lived within a magic circle for a year. Thoughts of suicide haunt my mind ever more often. It would be so simple, I need but step outside of the ruins. Gillian Alboco's Lesser Key. The essence of evil is to cause suffering. There exist many varieties of suffering, from common corporal pain throughout the rarefied torment of the psyche to the wounds dealt to the soul. Whence then does evil arise? Does it appear on its own, or does it spread when conditions are ripe? And finally, the most important question, how can evil be defeated? Most believe evil has always existed, for none remember a time when it did not. Yet is that sufficient proof? I dare to doubt it, for I am a scholar, and the essence of scholarship is to quench all hypotheses until they have been rigorously proven. The appearance of evil is closely tied to the existence of good, its opposite in antithesis. Good without evil is dimensionless and therefore imperceptible. Evil, then, is an integral part of our lives. Evil wears many faces and appears in many different forms. One of them wears the skin of flesh. This evil incarnated as a man travels the world, sowing death and suffering. Such evil is devious and difficult to discern. We usually only know its presence when it is already too late. In my scholarly wanderings through the myths and legend of a great mythic culture, I've come across the depiction of a certain individual which all displays a striking similarity. I do not mean in terms of this individual's other appearance or name, but of his modus operandi. This evil works through trickery, tempting at first with the offer of something seemingly good. The price must pay The price one must pay for this object of temptation, however, is enormous and non-refundable, and the promised good often contains horrifying hooks and treacherous traps. Beware then of any who promise the impossible, for such can only be delivered through the machination of evil. Let's go back out the way we got in. Not that way. Geralt, what the fuck are you doing? Guess I'm gonna go back from downstairs. Because somehow, this doesn't look like it works. Yeah, I'm getting tired. But I have the good book syndrome. I need to know what's coming before I can go to sleep. I can see the last few pages and I'm like, nah, I gotta read this. And then it still takes you 2 hours. Yeah. Sounds like it would be comfy. It makes me want to curl up too. Yesterday I spent all night trying to go to bed. Like, my nesting partner was home. So I tried to go to bed around like 9 or 10 in order to get cuddles. And yeah, I did get a key. The fuck is that key? Oh, it's probably just to open this door. Oh yeah, it is. Am I gonna hit the water if I jump here? Yeah. Alright, that's good. So yeah, I tried to go to bed and I never managed to sleep until 2 a.m. And I was listening to podcasts and like nothing worked. Straight up nothing. So I end up getting back up and just putting TV again, curling up in my couch, and hoping my brain would shut up. There's days like that. Why is there something on fire here? Ah, they're burning deads. But yeah, my brain wouldn't shut up, and my back was hurting like hell yesterday. I don't know why it happens sometimes. So I was trying to like move and find a comfortable position without waking up my nesting partner. But I really want to like have him wake up and be happy, and then like he can cuddle for an extra 10 minutes before leaving, since I only see him once a week. But that didn't happen. That was a total another fail. Alright, if I had fallen asleep at the same time he did, I could have wished him like a good day when he left. Or I could have been awake until he left and then still wished him a good day. But like, yep. All of those options failed. Oh no, it wasn't. Since you see I fixed it as soon as Manu told me. That just happened because I'm too used to streaming at 10. And I was way too tired when I did that. So my brain went, oh, I need to give you an hour, that must be 10. Yep. Depends how much traffic you get in Montreal.
Strange
So
choice
yeah,
of
that's part of the
locale.
reason why I didn't expect
Guessing there's a
10
reason for
people answering from Montreal. Going like, yeah, sure, let's go to Quebec for one evening. What? 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 I'm confused.
You're an art lover? Thought you'd appreciate the place?
A witcher with aesthetic sensibility. Forgive my disbelief. But since we're here, I believe you have something for me.
Oh, I think it's just 2 cars, technically.
Fulfilled the third wish.
Maybe 3.
How do I know this to be the rose? Very well might have picked this up at the Oxenfurt market an hour ago.
Look closely at it. Got it from Iris. It was the last thing that bound her to this world.
What?
Iris was tired of living half alive, half dead. Thinks she just wanted it to end.
Can't blame her. I condemned her to terrible suffering. Iris. What a mess we made of it all. If I'd only known then how it would end. What's happening? I feel as though a hot iron's pierced my chest.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
He's so extra.
I'm so glad to see everyone's made it. How do you feel, Von Everett? A little less troubled? Lighter in the heart?
Or dim? What do you want?
What do you mean, what? Your soul.
You forget. The pact states you can take it only once you've fulfilled 3 wishes, and...
And we stand together on the moon. Well, what do you know?
Oh no, he got tricked.
What? No. We had a pact. The moon is there. There! Not here.
I gave you what you wished for. Here, on the moon, our contract you fulfilled.
Boss, you cheated me.
I never cheat.
Wait.
Do not interfere, Witcher. Remember what I did to the last fool who interrupted me.
You grant wishes, right? Grant mine and release him.
He must repay his debt.
Let him go, and I'll take it on. We'll call it mine.
You wish to give your soul for his?
No, but we can play for them. I lose, you take mine and Olgierd's. But if I win, you release us both.
What do you propose we play? Gwent?
Don't know. Maybe we can bet on a challenge. You know I'm good at accomplishing the impossible. Seen me do it.
Very well. But we shall do this my way.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I don't know. That's the thing with Faye. I've got no fucking clue what's going on. Yeah.
What's happening?
You wish to play, so let us play. I shall tell you a riddle. Solve it, and both you and Olgierd will be free.
And if I don't?
Then we'll all 3 go for a wild ride. It's what you proposed, is it not?
The riddle. Let me hear it.
To all things and men I appertain, and yet by some am shunned and disdained. Fondle me and ogle me till you're insane, but no blow can harm me, cause me pain. Children delight in me, elders take fright, fair maids rejoice and spin. Cry and I weep, yawn and I sleep, smile and I shall grin.
What was that supposed to be?
You tell me, what am I?
I'm trying to read the walkthrough before I do this because I feel I'm gonna get screwed if I don't. Turn right on the first crossroad by passing 2 enemies. And crossroad turn left. Left, so right, left, left.
You're going down.
We shall see, my friend. You must find me before the sand in the hourglass runs out. Ready? Let's begin.
Ah,
what is this
there
place?
It is.
You like it? Plenty more where it came from. Just remember, you must find me before time runs out.
It's alright. Left. I don't know. Where am I even going?
What is it about swords that turns men into utter fools when they see one for the taking? Through howling winds, pouring rain, with their lucky
I need to get to the house, but I don't see the
Which
house right
reminds
now.
me, time is running out.
Okay, invisible. Over here. Nope, I'm not interested in this. The house.
Oh, awful. You're doing terribly. Remember, you can always give up. As I see it, you will never find me.
this is where you're hiding.
Come now. You didn't expect it to be that easy, did you? Point for me!
There was water here once. Maybe there's a way to bring it back.
Wrong one. Here. Yay! Why should I even care about my HP? There's a time limit, let's just run to it. But I knew I had to get the sword, because that's the only way to get the Viper sword.
Gotcha.
So far as I understood. Yeah, it was. It was shown at the top of the screen.
Be gone. You've lost.
There was a big yellow bar in about half the time. Of course. So I saw it, but you haven't. That's fine. But yeah, it was about half the time I had. But that's only because I read the walkthrough, otherwise I wouldn't have done it.
Any better?
Because if you run up,
yeah, thanks.
There's gonna be specters and different like riddle options and you can pick. But none of them are right.
You know
the
what,
only
though?
right one is directly
It's
in.
good at last to taste something real. So, have at it. Tell me what the blazes just happened. Your brand's gone. Guessing that's a good sign?
First off, you tell me what it's like to have a heart of stone.
It's wonderful at the start. You feel no fear, no angst, but also no concern.
Yep.
No care for anyone, not even those you loved. And gradually, you lose them. Well, you know how it ended.
What about your senses? Taste, smell?
All there. At first, I savoured the world like never before.
Thank
It
you
was
for the few
stronger,
cents.
More clear.
How's that possible?
I did not wish for a heart of stone. That was a mere side effect. I wished to win back Iris's hand and have my fortune restored. And then to live like there was no tomorrow. And thus I lived until I ceased to feel anything at all. What a joy to be done with it. Because I am done, right? Will you tell me what happened?
O'Dim decided to have some fun at my expense. Devised a game I was supposed to lose. Seems he'd forgotten the training you put me through in doing the undoable.
So only to protect myself. In doing so, I put you in harm's way. Forgive me.
So yeah, it wasn't mirror. It
Well,
was
don't have to worry about him anymore.
a reflection
You're
on
safe
water.
and free.
I thank you. Though I've no notion what to do with this freedom now. Mirror took everything. Everything I loved. All I held dear.
Not true. Got your heart back.
A bitter victory. Now at last I sense how much I've lost. I've a heart again. Yet all it feels is grief, sadness, and defeat. My life is a ruin.
Can't say I envy you. As the saying goes, careful what you wish for.
Yep.
Oh, I shall be. Believe me. Actually, I've a better idea. I'll never wish for anything again. It's time I took fate into my own hands. Lived life anew. And truly, this time.
My nail polish is
Sounds
already
like a
starting to chip off.
I'll
That's
never
sad.
forget what you
It took
did
me
for
like 2 days to do.
I have something for you.
Can't accept this.
You can, and must. This saber's been in my family for generations. Even when I'd lost all else, it remained at my side. Means a great deal to me.
All the more reason why I can't take it.
Do me the honor. This'll mark the start of my new life. And such a weapon could be right useful to you.
Thank you.
It's probably gonna be useful to be sold.
Sorry.
You needn't be.
He's human again.
I thank you again, Geralt. And good luck on the path.
Good luck to you too.
I think that's pretty much the end of the DLC. Yep. There you go. Hearts of Stone. I'm probably gonna go into like a slight cleanup. And then next time we're gonna be able to start the next DLC, which is Blood and Wayne, which has got me a little bit more excited. I mean, it was a good story, but I wasn't that into it. Alright. Let's go and do the boring bits. Well, there's a reason for that. And the reason is there's new content. This one is on the same map with the same kind of monsters. It feels like it's just a new main quest. Which is good. I mean, for a DLC, it's not like it's just a few maps. Or like random items. You actually feel like it costs $20 and it's worth of $20. Oh no! Your internet. I hope your internet is gonna be fine. Oops. Guess that can sort of happen. It's always weird when it does, though. Alright, let's get everything cleaned up. Do I need to change my inventory? Not my inventory, but my... Ooh. There you go. I was geared completely in Urson gear. And I'm level 39. Yep.
Greetings, IBA.
It's the heavy gear.
Greetings, Geralt. How might I be of help?
Listen, would you craft something?
I got everything upgraded up to 34 the last time. I'm not sure if I can upgrade it any higher than that. I hadn't seen those. Probably got in there when I got the DLCs in. That might explain why I don't have the Grandmaster stuff. Because yeah, I have the Mastercraft. Which are all at 34.
So long.
I don't know how to get the Grandmaster stuff. I guess I'm gonna have to have a look at it.
I'm knackered.
Help! Save me! I'm dying!
Got a minute?
For you, my friend, always.
Gotta tell me. You're right, I don't believe...
Alonzo Rule. This place is one of the reasons his son's not my bit, and I planned...
See you, Dandelion.
I almost got excited, and it's a but. I'm gonna add that to the sentences I don't want in my chats. Actually, I think I'm just gonna add, like, buy followers. And it's probably gonna block most of them. I can't just ban it right now, because if I do, I'm not gonna be able to find the sentence he used. What is it that I want to do? I want to go right here.
Here's a copper. Wonderful.
Yeah, because I haven't banned it yet. That's what I'm saying. If I ban it, it's gonna disappear. Thank you. That's sweet. Banned. But yeah, I'm gonna use one of the botch option to block sentences or like words, so I get less of those annoying things in there. I didn't use it before, but I've been getting like probably one every 2 streams lately. Starting to be annoying.
The world's never-ending creation be brave.
But I don't have enough viewers for it to warrant me like having
Thanks. So long.
an actual mod in there. And that would mean bothering someone every time I'm on stream.
It is to see.
What did you bring from a
Yep. But it's kind of expected. But at the same time, if I'm trying to make money here, why would I use my money to make money? Ooh, I kinda need to go and trade this. Eh. I think some people are desperate.
Take care now.
Go, and in the world glory, its never-ending creation be praised. Farewell.
The world's never-ending
Brought you more coin. But
thanks in the...
Your work's worth the hard at work. Good to see.
Ah, yes. Commissioned have I tools. A fitting set from Novigrad crafters. Many arms and legs they charge.
Many
but
arms and
renew
legs.
my work in earnest I now can. New runes, glyphs, and...
Cool, but I can't buy any because I just use all my money so
nothing
you could
holding
do
you
them.
back now.
From making master-crafted runes, you mean? Much more coin I will need to do so, sadly.
Man, he's expensive.
Thanks. So long.
Alright. I think that was long enough. And we finished the Hearts of Stone DLCs. So we're gonna stop here for tonight. Have a good night. By the way, don't forget to drop in if you want to see some crafting tomorrow. I'm gonna be working on a pleated skirt. Yeah. Right. Night night.